Hello, hello, hello. Long time no see. All right. I'm just getting everything opened up. It has been almost a month since I have streamed. We went on I was off the last 2 weeks of December, and we kind of went on a longer vacation where I was away from my computer. And then this last week I was catching up on some other things related to work and personal life, so just now getting back into the project here, which is fine. A little bit of a pivot here because my hope was to have some game testing done already, but it's okay. We had a lot of fun on vacation, did some stuff with the family, stuff like that, so let's I'm going to remove all of my dates, and we're going to have to we'll rework those in. Exact dates aren't really important. I want to keep moving forward on my project here, but setting exact dates has not worked out well. I just need to make progress. So let me pull this over here. I'm looking at my other screen. So this is kind of where we were at, and I'm going to have to refresh myself as well as me refreshing you guys of where I'm at in the project. So when we last streamed, we kind of have all the base stuff set up for the combat scene, and even a little bit of it built out for the inventory and item stuff as well. So we're able to equip items on our heroes now, and when you kill enemies, it does generate loot that they drop, and then you can equip that loot on your players. So that part's working good, and we kind of shifted into we want to get to the point where we can play test. So I had to create some stuff on like user accounts, making sure people can log in, multiple people can log into the game server and play. So we kind of worked on that piece a little bit. So we have a new table in the database here for a player, and we kind of moved some of the stuff around because our player table used to hold stuff that was really related to the game. Well, now it's more related to the user's account. So we have that, and we don't have it built out real good yet, but we have some of it. And then we're going to the next thing I want to do is be able to create new games for players so that they can get all their data in the database like that, start a new game, and then return to that game as well. So that's kind of what we've been working on. And if I go to the Unity page here, this is the scene we were working on. This allows a player to generate their character, kind of modify just the basic looks, not the equipment, but the basic looks for the hero. And then it can save each hero in this. When this starts, there's actually 6 different positions over here that we're working on, and we haven't finished this yet. But each position is another hero in the party. So you can have up to 6 heroes in your party. So this allows you to create customized heroes for each position. And eventually this is going to be more customizable because you'll be able to choose a job for the hero as well. We haven't implemented that anywhere yet, so that's not implemented on this page either. But eventually each hero will have a class that you can assign at this point as well. Let's see if the server will start. I think we had it working when I quit last time, but let's just make sure. And I'm just checking stream key. Default stream key. I can't seem to get YouTube to live stream for me lately. Stream key is currently assigned. Select a new key or change it in. I don't know what that means. What do you mean the stream key is assigned? No idea. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to figure out the YouTube side of things before I get too deep. It doesn't look like it's working. I don't think it's working. Maybe it is. Oh, it is working. All right. Good deal. I'll close that out then, and we'll keep moving forward. So it does look like the server started. So our backend server is written in Java, and we're using RPC calls that link to Unity 3D. So that's kind of the architecture at a very high level of what's going on here. So we have a lot of proto files. Those are what RPC, the gRPC protocol stuff uses to generate the classes that are needed to talk between Java and Unity 3D. And Unity 3D is running on C#, by the way. So these proto files we created are mainly blueprints for the service calls and then the service objects, like the data transfer objects between the two. So that's kind of what's set up in each one of these files. And then our generator will generate files that serve up these proto files, and then we have to flesh out the service calls and stuff like that. So in here we override or extend the generated class, and then we tell it what to do on each one of those RPC calls. So as an example, we have a get combat info RPC call, and we built it out where it pulls the data from the database, does a little bit of logic and stuff on the back end, and generates this combat data transfer object and then passes it back to the user in Unity. So that's kind of the setup here for anyone that hasn't watched the channel on the last, what are we on? We're on episode 23 now, but if you're new, I appreciate you watching and just kind of giving you a quick overview. And if you're not new, thanks for coming back, and this shouldn't take too long to do a quick summary of what we've been working on. So the whole idea is to create both a PC and mobile ready RPG. I don't want to make a clone of the stuff that's already out there, where I feel like a lot of these games are just clones of the others. They're like, you just gotta click in and just click a few things. There's not really any strategy involved. Then you're waiting like 1 or 2 hours for something to happen, and then you come back in, and I don't. There's no strategy or real character building involved in a lot of these games on the mobile side. They're very canned, and everything seems to happen the same way no matter what. And I'm trying to get away from that. I'm trying to create a mobile game that doesn't follow in the footsteps of others. People hear mobile games and think, oh, those are awful. Well, I'm trying to create a PC game first with all the strategy and character building that a normal RPG has. And I'm trying to also I want to make it playable on my mobile. I want a game like this to be playable on mobile. So I know there's a few of them out there, but those are more of the exception than the rule. So I'm trying to follow in those game footsteps and try to make something that's more like a real game, not something casual and you just click a few things here and there and the same thing happens for every single player. I feel like in a lot of those games there's no choice making or actual strategy choices you can make. So that's what we're going for here. And the whole idea is kind of the game flow, I guess I should say. So you're technically the ruler of a kingdom, and you have a group of heroes that will expand over time. We haven't built that part out yet, but you'll probably start with 1 to 4 heroes, and you have this kingdom that you have to build. So part of the game will be like a base management sim where you're collecting resources, building buildings, stuff like that, where you're building your base up stronger and stronger, and the base itself will provide additional perks and bonuses for your heroes, and they in turn will have better equipment and better skills and stuff, and they can take and go out and run different dungeons or different areas. It's not always a dungeon, but the whole idea is you take your heroes and you send them on quests or just exploration things where they're going out to different areas, usually killing monsters for experience to gain levels, looking for loot, upgraded items and stuff like that. And then all that stuff they acquire during their travels will come back and go into the coffers for your base management sim stuff. And then you can kind of rinse and repeat. The whole idea is you go on these shorter 30-minute to 1 hour sessions that hopefully will conclude. I'm kind of shooting for that, where it's like when someone wants to play a game like this, it'd be nice if at least for a quest to be start to finish take about an hour. Have some decent content in it as far as the dungeon you have to traverse and maybe the different stuff you have to do for the quest, such as maybe you have to kill so many enemies, maybe you have to acquire some different items, stuff like that. So that's kind of what I'm going for is kind of like short 30-minute to 1 hour play sessions. And I am going to set it up in a way, and we have so far, where if someone is on a mobile and they need to exit out, it's going to save the state of the game no matter where they're at. Even if they're in combat, it's going to save that state so that when they return to the game, it should load back up right to where they were at. So it's easy to go in and out of this game. And so that's kind of where we're at. And so far we've built out just the basics of combat and the basics of enemy and item generation. And we've created a way to create an encounter and then acquire loot after the encounter's over. And then heroes can also equip items. So I'd say that's the main stuff anyways that we've finished so far. And there's a lot of back-end work that we've got created for some of the other sections here. We have this I don't know, a little over 20-ish looking tables it looks like here now that manage all of the different things we've created so far. So that's continuing to grow. And so this is the server's running. So on the Unity side, we should be able to, on this scene, we can go in and play it, and it should connect to the server if everything's still working. It's taking its time loading, probably because it hasn't ran in a little while. Okay. Took a second to load in, but this is kind of what we've been working on recently. You have 6 different heroes that we're starting the party with, at least for the short to mid-tier future here on the game development. This way we'll have a full party for players to test with. But this will allow you to, I don't have this set up with this yet. This is the part we're working on. But you can actually click in here and change the look of the players. And we did do a little bit, I do remember us doing a little bit of the back end stuff. So we can save whatever this is to the database after we've made changes. And then we can tell it to load from the database and it'll pull that back out. Now we don't have it linked properly to the player that's playing or the different positions here. We were just testing the RPC calls, so there's definitely a little bit more we have to do there. All right, let's see. Yeah, so I should be able to click this load from database and it'll return whatever we had saved in here the last time. Let's try that. Let me check the console. I don't think I've seen any errors come across yet. Okay, so we'll click load from database. And there you go. So this, you can see this is a little bit different than what we had just done. The height and width's a little bit different. It has a hero name. So this is what we had saved the last time we had done this. So let's see. So let me open, I don't actually have my Unity C# editor open yet. Let me open that. Because I think the next step we have here is we want to trigger events when you click on these different, when you click on one of these heroes on the screen here, it should trigger both a save to the database of whichever hero it was on, as well as loading back in whichever one you clicked on. And it needs to also update these little pictures here based on what you had already entered. So if we made changes over here, when we save or when we click out of there, or maybe even instantaneously when we're making the changes, it should be making updates to this sprite for this hero as well, whichever one we're on. So we don't have that implemented yet. That'll be the next thing, is to tie the editor over there to one of the pictures over here. And then as you click through them, it should change and save appropriately back to the database. The way we're doing the saves is it's a JSON string that's saving all the different elements of the sprite. And that's kind of what we tested the very last time before I quit for the holidays, was making sure that that JSON string was saving and then pulling back in as needed. So you can see that's what I even still had open, was the save and load from database. You can see what we were doing here was grabbing from the character editor script it can convert the character info into a JSON. And then to load it, it's kind of the same thing. We're pulling it from the database, well, the server is. And then on this end, we're just converting it back from the JSON. We're sending the JSON into the character editor script to update it. All right, so so let me kind of look. I don't remember which script is on. Let me jump back to this screen. I know I have a script on this element, and then I have like an overall script for the entire page to manage the entire party, but each one of these has its own script, and on that script we'll create a on-click event that will kind of trigger this whole idea I had. We'll update the overall hero that's being worked on, so we'll have like a selected hero variable in our main script, and that selected hero will tie back to whichever one's over here. That way it should update both if I do it right. So as we're making changes over here, it should make changes to whichever one we're clicked on. What else? It should probably change the background color of this so you know which one's selected. And just that click event itself will trigger the save to database and the load. And I guess what I'm doing right now, probably what I'm going to actually do is save this all locally on the client side. All these JSON strings and character information will be saved here, and we can pull it back and forth here, and then we'll have a new button at the bottom that says like continue to game or something like that, and that's the step that will actually save all of this to the database. Because if we stop in the middle here, that's not a good spot. You probably need to go through the entire character creation process. I don't know. I'm just thinking it'd probably be good to go through this whole process before we make a save to the database. I don't think this should take so much time that we should consider this as a spot that a player could exit back out and then come back in and have data in the database. Now it might still save in their phone if they still have it open locally, but I don't think this is something anyways that we should worry about making sure it's saved, that they can save it and then come back to it later. I feel like this part's just a few minutes to get the game started. And if you can't finish it, then you have to start back over the next time. But you're not losing much time here, is what I'm saying. So I think that's what we'll do. I'm going to change the methods a little bit here. Or we'll leave these alone anyways. But the way this is actually going to work is when we click through here, it's going to save locally to this master script. It's going to save that JSON string for each hero. And it won't actually make a save to the database until you click the button, which we don't have on here yet, that'll say save party and continue to game or something like that. So I think that's a good way to go about this. So let's look at, we have this is the this is the create party panel controller, and then we also have this create hero panel controller. So this one, the create hero panel controller, is what's feeding those boxes that show up over here. Party hero controller. Maybe not. Maybe I was saying that wrong. Create hero panel controller. Party hero. Alright, party hero controller is actually what's on each one of these individual boxes. So this is one of those individual boxes for each hero. And party hero controllers on here right now, all that class has is references to the UI name and job objects. There's not much in this class yet, it looks like. It has a reference to the hero, the unit object, and then it just has two UI references to text objects for their name and job. Okay. I don't know if I'm using that yet, because when I was looking at when it was running anyways, all I saw was like peon underneath, which I guess was like probably my statically generated string for a test class name, since we haven't implemented jobs or classes in our game yet. Alright, and then, so what is this one? Create hero panel controller. I think this is the, I know what this is now. So this is the class that manages the placement of the sprite. So because the sprite is not a UI object, we've kind of done some hacking, is a good term, to get the sprite to appear in the right location in our UI layout. You can see here we have references to cameras. We have reference to the rect transform of where the UI object, or where the sprite should be positioned. So this kind of all plays in to position it correctly. So that's what this class is doing. And you can see we even created a stub for an onSelect unit, which, does it go in this class or does it go in that other one? I don't know, because the other one, we'll have to see. Maybe it needs to go in both. That way if they click on the sprite itself, it'll trigger as well. I'm not sure. We'll work through that as we get to that point. Alright, so the Create Hero Panel controller is really just a sprite positioning class. And then the Create Party Panel controller is kind of like that overall class that I mentioned that's managing, kind of controlling this whole scene of creating the party. And I don't think I have anything else over here. I'm going to double check what I have. I mean, I have my normal game server script. That's mainly just the connection to the backend server with all the different RPC clients. We have a client for each type. So like a hero has its own client. The combat has its own client. All right, what else do we have here? just the generic canvas. And there's our party panel. And then underneath here, where is the party? Where is that script actually at? Okay, it's at the top level of the UI, which makes sense. I just didn't know where I had it located on the script stuff or on the objects. So yeah, we've passed in the grid for the party. We've passed in a prefab for those little tiles for each hero. We have a reference to the selected unit, which we haven't assigned, I don't think, anywhere yet. We haven't done that part yet. Prefab for the actual sprite. And that's just a link to this hero name column. And then if we want to scale this picture up or down, we just have it set at 1, which is like normal, or 100% of scale size. All right, so that looks good. Under this section here, a lot of this was part of the asset that we started with. We've really done a lot of modifications to it at this point where it doesn't look anything like the original asset. But we did start with this Fantasy Heroes asset from Hippo Games on the asset store. So shout out to them. This is a pretty well written asset and it's pretty easy to work with. But we've modified a lot of the calls and then the actual looks here to work with our game. So, but a lot of this was from their initial asset test scene and stuff like that. So we've pulled anything over that we can. No reason to recreate the wheel. So that's all good. What else? Sorry, I'm getting as reassociated with this project as anyone watching is. Just, it's been about a month since I've been able to work on this project. So I'm just kind of just checking through everything to remember what we were working on. Okay. So I think what we need to do is we're going to have to create a click event on, so let's go to that prefab. This guy. So we need a click event on this prefab, and it needs to be clickable through this whole area. I think it will be, because the actual object, does it even show, it doesn't show the, I guess there's not like a rect. We might have to add, I don't know if it's going to require, or it's got an image. And it is a raycast target, which I think means we should be able to click on it. I must have this. I don't see an image. Or do I have it really small? It might be a really small image. Why can't I find that? Panel. I think I messed with the alpha. I need to put that back to 100. I'm trying to do it with the slider like an idiot. Let's just type in 100. I'm not sure why I don't see that. I guess, is it because I don't know why it is. In the scene when it runs, it's working off of the grid layout, which sizes that image up to 300 by 400. Is that why I'm not seeing it on the prefab? Because it's not being sized up, so it's technically like 0. Maybe. But once it's sized up, I guess what I'm trying to say is, as I'm thinking through this, once it's sized up to 300 by 400, that whole image itself is clickable. So if we add a click event over here, will it work? If I add like a button script, and here we can we'll add, so what's on this Party Hero controller is the script that's already assigned to this object. So I think it makes sense for that to be the class that triggers these updates. So Party Hero controller, let's make a on select, and let's see, we don't really have to pass anything. It's going to trigger based on which one's selected. And then we just need to do what it needs to do. So it needs to make sure whatever unit was being edited. And this class actually isn't going to manage this though. So maybe I'm not going to put that in here. Really all this class needs to do is say pass the event to select a new unit to the main controller, which right now is create party panel controller. That's really all we're wanting to do here. So we want to create something over here. Let's call it, needs to be public because it's getting referenced by another public void select new unit. Maybe I'll just put select unit. If they click and select the same unit, it might trigger this, and we just need to tell it not to do anything, I guess. And then we'll actually pass the unit through so it knows which one is selected. And this is where I want to put need to make sure whatever was being, whatever unit was being edited is saved before changing to new selected unit. Okay. All right. And then after it does that step, it should pull info from unit into character editor. That's really all this step should do, because we already said we're going to do the database stuff in a separate call, and we can even put a stub here for that. We could put private. It might need to be public, but we'll put it private for now. Private void save party to database. So it'll be very similar to what we already did up here. We'll just have to modify that. Save entire party to database. And then we can even create another call that enter game. Because after this step, you should be to the point where you can enter the game. So I don't want this to save, but that's what the save party to database is for. But this will mainly just change scene to whatever is stored. Well, that's not true, because when we're exiting this, it should always go to a set screen. Now for now, it'll go to combat, because that's the only scene what we have ready to go. But I think eventually what will happen here is it'll go straight to the base management scene once we have all of that built out. That would kind of be the first spot that you stop on a new game. Okay, just making notes as we go here. All right. So back over here, really all we need to do here is we need to get, I don't know if this has a singleton set up. I don't think it does. Let's see here. Oh, I assigned that backwards. Oh my goodness. Come on, brain, wake up. All right. I should be able to reference that from this other class easier now. So we want to run the select unit method. We're going to pass in hero info because that's the unit. I probably need I need to put a section here that says update background color to show selected. But I also need to remove the updated background color from whatever was selected before. And this guy doesn't know who was selected before, so that'll have to be a separate call. So it would be like on deselect. What do we want to happen? So we'll have to call this from this other guy. Run deselect method in. We don't have a reference to this though, do we? The way I have it set up, I don't think I have a reference to that object. What am I saving in the list up here? I might need another list because this one's for managing the sprite and the sprite data. So when we save the JSON data, it'll go into this list. Right? Let's see. Let's double check this. Yeah, this has a reference to the character. The character is what stores all of the visual data, the sprite, the JSON data that updates it visually. So that's kind of what this one's for. And this one's going to become more for the data side of things. So that's kind of like the visual side. And this is kind of like the data side. Stuff tied to my game specifically and not just the visuals. So when we're doing that setup over here, I think the right way to do this is to also reference all of these at the same time. I don't think I already have this. I probably need to rename some of this stuff. I can just call this visual. Let's make sure we refactor that and not just change it, or it's going to mess everything up. So if we refactor this, let's make this party sprites. Let's call it sprites. And then let's call this one party data. Let's just do it that way. All right. And then wherever we're creating this list, we're going to have to do something similar with this other one. Okay. So right here we can see the reference to that. So let's assign that after this step. The same way we did the other one. So we'll just do party data dot add go dot get component party hero controller okay. All right, that should give us reference to that new object. And then up here for selected unit, we're going to need selected sprite. This says it's never used, so I can just change it here. And then we also need one for selected data, just to kind of match the same setup up there. All right, so we have references now that we can assign. So, what was I doing with the, oh yeah, the on deselect is what I was kind of going with here. So, what we would do is do selected data dot on deselect. All right. I'm not entirely sure what we need to do here. So we know that the currently edited, we have save and load from DB. Maybe we just need to do a save, like a save update. So let's do a private void save unit updates. Okay. And in there, it's going to be based off of whatever's selected. So we need to say, let's look up here. So it's the character editor script that has the current data. Like this line here, we're going to have to pull in. So we got the visual JSON. And then we're assigning it to the .hero.visual.info in the unit data. And we're also saving the name. And then over here, we're making a call to the server. We're going to skip that step. So really, these 3 lines says test unit. Now I gotta think about this. Is there not gonna be a base unit already? We might do this in its own separate call. All of the units should have something when the page is instantiated. We shouldn't be creating the unit here, I don't think. It should be created, which we just did I think we hard-coded some stuff in here just to create a hero. Yeah, see, we did very basic stuff. I even have my user hard-coded, which won't be the case once we're done with this. This is the username, and this is the game ID that it's associated with. I wonder if we already have data in the database for that. Let's look. No. Okay, we haven't. I don't think anyways. Maybe in the hero table. Oh yeah, we do have just this one. That's right, because we saved Lord Bob, remember? As a test. So we'll probably need to delete that out. Okay. So we have a way to create like a base starting unit. So this probably can run on the init for each for each one. Like you have it times 6. It looks like it's already, it looks like I already have this set up doing what I'm trying to say here. It's creating like a base unit with basic stats on it. And it's assigning it down here, I'm betting. Right here, we're assigning it. We're passing it in. Yeah, so we don't have to do anything. This is already assigned. So like in the save to database where I did this test unit thing, we don't need that for this step. I mean, we'll leave it in there for our test, but I'm just saying what I'm doing right now, we don't have to create a unit. It's already there. So let's paste in what we copied. And then we want to assign this to the selected sprite I already forgot how we did this up here. Alright, this is to save it to the database. But we also need to update the sprite in the little box off to the left, you know? This is selected data. I'm going to set that up as a property so I can access it. What am I doing here? Where is that visual info coming from? That should be a field in the unit. Create base unit. Oh, I see what I'm doing. All right. I need to add hero right here. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Trying to find the right way to reference this object. All right, so we're assigning the JSON to that. And then we need to do this too. And then we also need to update the sprite. And I think to do that, it's selected sprite dot character dot, let's see how we did it up here, because we know it works. From JSON and pass that in. Okay. Is that going to work? I think it will. All right, so then up here, we want to run save unit updates as one of the first things it does. And then down here, we want to load whatever we selected into the editor. So to do that, we need to do how do we do that? Let's see. How do we do it when we first initialize? I'm kind of afraid when we try to set this and we don't have anything in that visual info, it's going to error out. Right? I almost need to do like an if visual info is null, there needs to be a default setting. It shouldn't be null though because the image is showing up over there. So never mind, it shouldn't be null. So what do I do here? I say pull info from unit into character editor. So that's kind of like the load up here. So we have our unit. We need to assign this in the name field. So this should be unit, and this should be unit, and that possibly is all we would need for that to work. I think. All right. Select unit. Saves the first one. After we click, it saves whatever's already there. And then it runs the deselect method, which we haven't done yet, but that's mainly just, for now anyways, the only thing it's going to do is change the coloring. So if it deselects it, it'll go back to the default alpha, or whatever we're changing to make this look selected. And then on the select method, it'll add that. Add a coloring to it so you know which one's selected. And then after that, it runs an assignment to the character editor for the info from the hero we passed in. It seems like this should be saving all the data correctly so that when we get to the end step, I want to make sure all this data is being collected correctly in here. We'll find out, I guess, when we get that far. And really our call down here, we can probably go ahead and define it. There's really not much here. Really, we're just going to loop through. The data. This is the data one. So for each hero, party, nope, hero, party controller, what am I doing wrong here? In party data, What is the name of that? Why isn't that working? Party hero, not hero party. Okay. There we go. Let me double check my... Okay. Alright, for each hero controller, we need to do the save, so... The visual info should already be populated. We don't have to make any updates. We just need to save these. So we just need this line. So that call, that's all that's needed there. And then this is just the same basic. I don't think I have to set any... We might have to set some player pref variables at this point. But we're not quite here yet, so let's just leave that for now. We're just kind of fleshing out these methods. Alright, so that's good. Now we need to go back to the calls over here. So this is running that, but we also want to update the background color. So we're going to have to get a reference to the image. Say background image. Background image dot color. I'm not really sure if this will work, but let's just try to assign like a yellow color to it and see if that works. And the regular color should just be white usually, isn't it? So up here, if I just do equals color white, would that fix it? Maybe, I think. We need to assign that in the editor. Should show up right here once it's done compiling. And then we'll just pull this image down into that section. Alright, so we're literally just going to grab the image that's in this same item and put it right there. Alright, let's save everything. And let's see if we have any errors. It doesn't look like it. So let's go ahead and just give this a try and see how close we are. I'm sure we're missing a few pieces here, but I'm not sure what those are until we start hitting them in the code. I keep getting this API no longer supported. An AI toolkit thing. I probably have something installed, but I'm not really using it, so I probably just need to go in and find that. Animation Manager through a script error, a null reference error, but it looks like everything's running. Those are part of the editor itself. I don't know if that's an issue or not. Alright, so if we click one guy, I probably should have set a debug to show when I clicked him. Let's give him a name. Let's just do that first. And then let's try to click to the next one and see if it updates the name. No. We're not getting the background color either. Alright, let's stop it. We need some debugs to see what's going on. Oh, I know one thing that we didn't do. So even though I added the button script, I didn't tell it which method to call. So that's why nothing else was happening there. So let's go back into this one, right? And we need to assign the onSelect call. Should happen when you click on it. Let's add some debugs real quick too, because that's going to be helpful. Just so we know this is working. We can put hero panel we'll just use their name. It might be blank though. It's gonna get mad if it's blank, right? I don't know if it'll get mad. We'll see. Because it doesn't get mad when it assigns it on the initialization. I think it's just blank. So initially it'll just show blank. I guess one thing we're going to have to do, let's do this real quick. When it first loads, it needs to default to the first object, the first hero, as a selected unit, because it's not going to know who to save this data to. So all the changes I make initially really won't get saved because it's not going to have a selected unit to save them into. So we need to set the selected to the first element. Okay, so on the init, we do all that, we place all the heroes. Now we also need to say selected sprite equals, are these gonna match up? I wonder. So like if we do party sprites 0, selected data equals party data 0. Will that work? I don't know. But we also need to run selected data dot select unselect, right? For it to trigger that'll trigger this color update. And then it'll trigger the select unit in here, which should trigger anything that needs to happen. And but that's gonna mess up because we don't have a selected unit. Oh, we do have a selected unit because we already selected it. Yeah, never mind. We're good. There won't be any updates to save because we haven't made any updates yet. I just thought of something though. This is gonna turn it yellow and then immediately turn it not yellow from this call. Yeah, maybe I don't run the select unit method or the onSelect method. Maybe I just set those. Maybe that's all I'd have to do. Because I feel like if we run this and this, it's not necessary, and it's also going to break a few things, I think. Okay. All right. All right, I think we just need to try this again. We have that one debug now, so we know if we click one of them, and hopefully it actually makes the updates this time. When this loads in, it should also show yellow on the first one if I did that correctly. Nothing's yellow. It's still that same animation manager error. So we don't have any new errors. What if I click? All right, that's what I wanted to happen, but why didn't it happen initially? Oh, because I told it not to run that code. Okay. I tried to click off. It did not work. The given key head was not present in the dictionary. Party hero controller line 28. And then it goes to the other one on line 100 over here. Unit hero visual info. So is this not getting assigned like I thought it was? Do I need to assign like a base JSON to them maybe? I shouldn't have to. Can I just do this? I don't think it would break anything, so I can just do a check. If unit.hero.visualinfo is not equal to like a null string, then do this. Otherwise, don't do this at all, because we haven't made any updates yet where we need to save something specific. Let's try that. Let's restart. Okay, let's start it up again. We do need to add, so we'll have to add like a separate method just to select, just to do that initial selection to change the color to yellow. Because since we're not running the select method, because we don't want the other stuff to run, it's not doing that. So this one is selected right now. We just don't know because it didn't change the color. But let's click this one. And now, because I set it to white, I guess that's not the color it actually is when it starts. But at least we didn't get an error now. Oh, and now it didn't turn that one off. Huh. The only one that's turning off is the first one. Well, before I exit out of here, let's try to make some changes just to see if they show up. Oh, that's not changing, is it? Oh yeah, it is. All right. And then if I click here, it did make those updates. All right, on this one, let's add a beard. It saved the, it didn't change this guy though, did it? This should have changed to a basic guy. Oh, it didn't do that because I didn't have the visual. There's no visual info on these. So we do need at least a blank visual info stored in these objects when they're created. Otherwise it doesn't reset it. Alright. Oh, that changed the first one again. I'm gonna have to get a notebook and keep track of all the issues we're running into. We are getting closer. I apologize. That was a big yawn. Alright, I got my notebook, my handy dandy notebook. Looking for the page I had already started with notes. I thought I did anyways. There it is. Okay, so bugs. Just write bugs. So we need to selecting new unit. Does not turn off old units selection. So maybe I'm not assigning those correctly. Alright, and then when changing, these might be tied together, some of these, but we're not sure yet. When changing visual and then selecting, always changes the first one. So we're not referencing these correctly somehow here. And then the other issue is base visual info data needs stored on a init. Otherwise, it doesn't refresh visuals on editor when clicking a hero that hasn't been updated. Sounds good enough, right? All right. Let's stop this. So I think a lot of this is probably related to we need to assign we'd never assigned the new unit here. Selected data equals unit, no. All we're passing is the unit. Let me think. Do I need some lookup functions? Find the matching unit. So we have a list. We don't know which element in this list is the unit I sent forward. That's the issue. That's what's happening here. Because we need a reference to the party hero controller, which really, that's what could be passed here. We could just do this. But then this needs a reference to the other controller. So I'm going to just name it Hero Sprite Controller. That makes more sense than the name I used over here. Alright, so then over here, instead of this receiving a unit, this is going to receive the hero, no, party hero controller. Okay. And then down here, this will just be hero controller. Hero info. Hero info. Hero info. So we can still do these other things. We still have to do these other things. But now we can say hero controller. And then we can say selected party, wait, sprite, hero controller dot why am I doing it that way? Let's change this. We're going to have to be able to assign this as well. Alright, I don't know why that just decided to go into its own lines like that. That was not necessary. Alright, we need to be able to assign those. So this will be dot hero sprite controller. And then we also have to do we have to set that where it's getting set when it's created. So create hero panel controller. So this will be let's do it before it assigns it, although it doesn't really matter. And I've done this enough times, I probably should have assigned this as well. Hero sprite controller equals create hero panel controller. Alright, this is a little messy. I'm going to come back and refactor this once this is all working. I'm going to rename this create hero party panel controller into the sprite controller, hero sprite controller. And then some of these calls can get cleaned up where this isn't, it looks, there's a lot going on here and it doesn't need to be. But let's get it working first. Alright, so that's getting assigned correctly. So now our new method should be assigning the updated selected unit, and that I think will also fix the other, maybe all of the other bugs. Let's see. One of them was when changing visuals, it always updates the first one. Oh, we still need the base visual info data, so that one we're going to have to fix. So how do I get, I guess the base visual data is always stored, when it first loads, it's stored in the character editor. This guy here. If we use this line, we can assign this when we're initializing these base units. So down here we can do unit.hero.visualinfo equals there. When they're initialized, now they have the base JSON data stored, which will also make it where we don't need this line down here because it will never be blank. I was just doing that thinking that would work, but I wasn't thinking through everything. All right. If I didn't create any new errors, we're going to try again. Just gonna save. I don't remember if I made any changes, but it's never a bad idea to save. Okay, we still don't have the initial guy selected, but I forgot to make that update, so no surprises there. And that shows you that he was the one that was selected because he turned white. Alright, now let's make updates. So we got this one selected. This is the one that should update when I make changes, so let's see if that happens. Change the hair color. We need some crazier hair. And that looks good. So now let's click through to the next one. There we go. So he updated correctly. Let's not make any updates and click back to number 1. Let's make updates to the first one now. Can't remember if I fixed the skin issue. So when you change their face, it wasn't changing the rest of their body, I don't think. Yeah, it's still doing that. That's a bug I'm going to have to figure out how to fix. I didn't even create that bug. I feel like that should have been part of their asset. Let's see. It doesn't really matter what I'm doing here. I'm just testing. How about some purple eyes? All right. Now if I click through to one that I already changed, let's see if it shows up over here. Yeah. We might have to default all of these to the background of white because I'm not sure if there's even a set color on them initially. And that'll make it quit like this different color that we had when we started. But this is working. This is creating the visual data, and we can click through and change each one separately. Yeah. All right, good deal. And nothing's getting saved to the database yet. There's no new data in our database for the game yet, because we're going to create that in a separate button here in just a second. And then we have to update after we've done that step. We have to update the combat and the inventory scenes to use the visual info stuff that we're creating. All right. Seems easy enough. All right, let's fix the smallish bug where it doesn't highlight when it first starts. And then we also want it to change all of the backgrounds to white when it first starts. So let's see, where can we do that? That'll be in this place hero script. And let's assign party hero controller. And we'll just call this party hero equals go.getComponent party hero controller. Okay. That way we can clean this up a little bit here. We got a lot going on. So many extra references. We've already found this. Let's just keep it. It's just cleaner this way. And then over here, I wanted to create just one more script that said update select. Or maybe just a init selected color. That can be done on start, so I don't need to call this, but this needs to be the equals color.yellow. Yellow, lowercase yellow. This can be moved Well, it doesn't need to be moved, but I need this also in start, which I don't have. Okay. All right, that should make sure all of them have a background of white. And then when this runs, it will change that first one to yellow. And to do that, I need to come back over here and selected data dot init selected color. Okay. That should fix both the initial selection color, and everybody should start with that whitish background color. I think that is all the issues. So now we need to move on to saving this to the database, which we've already done that. We've already got that all set up. We just need to test it and see if it's going to work. And then if this works, we need to change our test data because we're referencing a specific user. That needs to be passed into this from the previous scene or whatever. Whoever's logged in, that should be passed in, as well as the game ID. So it should be generating the game ID as well. Let's test one more time and make sure those changes worked. All right, they're all white now, but none of them show selected. This is the init. Is that running on the start? It is. So this is just a this is just a race condition. The other start functions haven't run before this, so it's turning it yellow, but then their start functions are running and turning them white. So instead of putting that there, I mean, I'm guessing that's what's happening. Where else can I put this? We are instantiating. I feel like that instantiation section should be causing that start to happen before this one. I mean, I can test my theory that it's a timing issue by just commenting that out. And now if one of them is yellow, then I know that's it. Maybe I need to move this to a different location somehow. All right, let's see. Let's see. Yes. See how it's yellow? So it's a timing thing. This is happening, but then the other part's happening on the start function for this, and it's assigning it white. So I just need to relocate either this or the other one in a way that it doesn't overwrite one or the other. What happens if I put it down here? Does that help at all? Or are we still running into the same issue? I don't know that this is going to fix it. This might be the same issue. Let's try it. There we go. Did I break anything? Okay, looks good. Alright, so next we need to make the call. Hello, puppy. I have a puppy that needs lots of attention. Or at least she thinks she does. Alright, give me just a few minutes, guys. I think the puppy needs to go potty. Alright, sorry about that. I'm back. And I found a snack. Reese's dipped animal crackers. I have no idea if these are any good, but they look good. Okay, so let's make a new button in the UI. That allows us to save our updates. And then we need like a validation thing. Every hero needs to have a name. which means they all needed to have been clicked on, really is what it's doing. So it's going to have to loop through and do some validation to make sure every hero has a name, or it won't allow you to click the button. I don't really know what to call the button. Continue. But it should be grayed out until all the names show up. And maybe we'll do like an on hover. If it's disabled, it should show a tooltip or something that says all heroes need a name to continue. Okay. Okay. One more of these cookies. Alright, I have the button set up, but I don't have it validating yet and disabling when it's not ready to be clicked. Alright, so we need a function to validate and it needs to run every time we select a unit, I guess. We can call it validate. Or maybe just call it is data valid. No, let's just say validate. I think validate sounds fine. Yep. Because I haven't created it yet, it's trying to just do whatever here, so let's make the method first. It's not void, it needs to be a Boolean. Yeah, I guess it does make sense to change it the way I just did it. If is data valid, then I need to link. I need to reference the button. Why isn't that working? Why isn't that working? It was referencing the wrong class. Alright, so that is better. Is the button interactable? I guess it also needs to check I don't know. I feel like it's too much work to check every frame. That would be craziness, right? But anytime someone changes the name field, that might be enough. So if they click through to the last hero and they give them a name, at that point the button should become enabled. Not they shouldn't have to click off of that last hero. So let's see. That's part of this. Where's that input at? Right here, hero name field. Let's see, is there an event that I can trigger when that field changes? What am I using? Which type? Because that's going to matter. We're using TM Pro. Alright, so it's saying we can create a event trigger here. It would be called hero name field dot on value changed, and we're going to add a listener. On input, let's say on name changed. Alright, and then we need to create okay. And this is where I need to do that check. I really don't even have to do it on that other part. I need to do it here. So let's take it out of that other spot. It really should only matter when the name changes. I guess I should also default it to not interactable. Initially. Ooh, I don't like that color. It's not easy to tell that that's not interactable. Let's see if we can change that. That needs to be much different. Well, maybe red. I don't like that one. What's color multiplier? I don't know. Wish I could change the text color as well. I guess when it's normal, can we make it green? Red means stop, green means go. Okay. Now we need to get rid of this. So we need to be passing in to this class some player prefs. Let's look at what we have so far for the start screens. Let's make sure we save any changes we made here, because we're going to switch now. I don't remember how much work we did towards a starting scene, if any. What is this scene that we have open called? Character creation. And we do have a game start screen. I just noticed that the name of the scene for combat is combat scene. So way down here I need to change that. At least right now, since I have all of this hard-coded. Alright, so this scene. What does it do? Because I don't remember. We have one singular button called Start Game. We have a Start Game scene controller. Alright, so we're hard coding right now anyways, the username and the game ID. We can't keep doing that, especially if we want to do a play test. So we need to create some type of login option. We might even already have something here. I can't remember if we created a login for game or player or anything yet. Player service, login player. So we did create a login. And it even double checks the password and stuff. So we have basic, very basic setup here. It's not protected correctly or anything, but this is just development. So this should be fine. It doesn't need to be encrypted or anything right now. So we do have a call we can make. And it will return a player object. And a player object has what? First name, last name, username, email, password, change password, and reset code. Okay. Really all we need there is username. And then from there, once we've pulled back a player's username, then we can do another call to see if they have any saved games. So once we have the username, we should be able to go into the game and get a list of games. We don't have this one set up yet. But we're going to need a call that says get player games. And we probably can return the full game object, a list of games, couldn't we? I don't see why not. So player games request, and it's going to return a we'll still have to create a response object because it's going to return a list of games. So let's put message player games response repeated game games. And then the player games request what do we need? Just the username? I think that's all we're going to have anyways is the username. So Jesus, you scared me, Lilo. Alright, so we're going to pass in the username. Okay. So we have to have to create this new call now in the server. Let's stop the server. And let's do a Maven clean install, and that will regenerate our generated classes because we need it to generate the game service with this new data in it. Takes just a minute. Come on, Java. Come on, computer. Alright. That's done. So now we need to create the get player games call. It's always public void on the RPC calls. And we pass in, I don't remember what we called that request, do you? Player games request. It should find this now, because we just regenerated. And it returns player games response. And inside that object is the list of games. Oh, I forgot to actually name that. Okay. And I always like to do a log here just so I can see it, what it's doing. So I'm going to say getting player games for player for username okay. And this is going to return a list of game DBs and game repository, and we're going to have it generate this call. So find all by username, and we're going to pass in the username. Okay, and now when we scroll over this, we should tell it to generate that method. And because this is JPA, Spring JPA, it will auto-magically work like this. as long as I had it named correctly, this should work. I shouldn't have to do anything else there. So that will give us the list of games. Okay. And actually, let's change that to games. Assert not equal to null. It could be equal to null. There's not always going to be a game for a player. So maybe I don't need to assert if it's null. If it's null, that's actually a normal test case. Alright. So now we need to create a list of games. And then I need to loop through and need to add all the games to the list. And then that needs to get added to the response object. So player games response dot add all games dot build. And then we just need to do the stream observer stuff to get it to return back to the Unity side. Okay, so that should make the call. We need to get the list of games for a player. We already have the login RPC call, and for that we need to send a login request object, which I'm guessing is just username and password. Yep. So if we create a very basic username password screen here where you submit that, that will give you that will give you authentication to log in, and then after it does that, it can make this call to get all the players' games, and then that will give us like a little sub menu. So the login will show first, then it'll disappear, and the next menu that shows up on this scene should allow the player to create a new game or to load one of their games that got passed back, if there's any games saved for them. If it doesn't find any, then the only button that should appear is new game. Otherwise, the load game should show up, and then we can always make like a quit button as well. That just stays at the bottom no matter what. But that should be the two options here. You should have the option to new game or load game at that spot. Alright, so let's create, since we got the server stuff pretty much working, let's see if the server starts first of all. And if we don't have any issues here, we need to copy the changes we made to the proto files over to the Unity side. And then we'll make the updates over there that we need as well. So we're going to need to create those login components, and then also the new game and load game buttons. And preferably a better start game screen, because right now it's just a blank screen with a button. Okay, the server started fine. So let me see. This lets me generate the proto files for Unity. Much quicker on the Unity C# side than it is on my Java side, the way I have it set up. Alright, now that that's set up on the Unity side, let's click on it and it's going to do a recompile. And then we're going to start changing this scene so that it looks better and it has a login component, and then it allows the player to click either load game or new game or quit. We'll have a quit button as well. And this is the scene that will start our game going forward. Alright. Let's see what we got going on here. We have the main UI with the screen controller. We'll just call this the start game screen UI. And I'm going to add an image to this. And we're going to tell it to stretch to the whole screen here. We're going to rename this background. And we're going to move an image over there. So probably the one I'm just using right now as a placeholder. Where did I put that? Yeah, this will work. Alright, so I'm going to copy this into the project folder. And then over here, grab it. Alright. Already looks 10 times better. And let's create... We're going to change this name to login panel. And the background needs to go above it. And the login panel is going to be like just in the middle here. And instead of start game button, this is going to say login. Maybe not so big. Oops. I'm going to change the whole button. Alright, something like that looks a little bit better. I probably don't even need this big of a box. Yeah, so let's do something like this. Let's go ahead and add like a name up here. Even though we don't know what the name of the game's going to be yet, we can add like a title up there. Game title. That needs to go back here on the top, or under the background, I mean. Okay, and then it needs to move. Oh, maybe about right there. And kind of go right about there. Strategy, RPG, game. I think that's what I've been calling it, right? For now. Let's make the biggest size 150. Auto sized. Max is 150. Min is 50. What other options do I have for fonts right now? Not much. Yeah, that'll work for now. Eventually I'll have to pull in some fonts and stuff to make this a little more styled. Alright, good enough for now. Looks way better than it did so far. Now let's add some input buttons, input fields. We're going to create one, and then we'll duplicate it after we got it set up the way we want. So this will be the username input, and then we've got, this is actually where it's saved. Placeholder needs to be centered both ways. And probably auto sized, and it should just read username. Maybe slightly darker. Okay, that looks okay, I think. Maybe widen the whole thing a little bit. Alright, so there's a username field. Let's just duplicate that. This one will be called password input. And for now, we're not even gonna worry about this being readable. I mean, we can turn that off pretty easy, I think. So let's just turn that off. Oh, I forgot to auto size the main one. And this one I want to be a password field. How do I do that? I know I've seen it before. Content type password. Did I miss that? I sure don't see a content type. Am I missing it? Does anybody see it? Oh, there we go. Input field, duh. I bet it's gonna be here. Here we go. Guess eventually we'll have to add a way for them to create a new account too, but let's save that for a different day. Alright, I need to move that down because it's on top of the other one. And it's probably good like that for now. Now the login button is going to have to be changed. Let's go into the script because we need to make a call. Right now we just have on start game click, which worked fine for that. We're still going to use some of that somewhere. I don't know if it'll be in this script. But now we need a login. And we're going to need references to, let's see. We need a username. password. That will capture the 2 input fields. And then what do we do here? So I bet we haven't created that login call in the client yet. Let's double check that. I lied. We do have it. Okay. So we need to pass username and password to that client. So we can do just do a quick check. We'll say if username dot text. Actually, let's just make this a quick validate function. Is valid. Login is valid. That needs to be a boolean. And it needs to say if username dot text is not equal to blank and password dot text is not equal to blank. Very, very basic validation, but that's good enough. And then over here we just need to say, we need to grab an reference to that button. Isn't it cool how sometimes it's smart enough to realize what you're working on and it does it? Okay, so up here you can say login. Wait, it can't be there. This is after the button's been clicked. When does this need to run? It doesn't really matter. It can run on update. It's not like this is a intensive page on my game. So we'll just run login is valid. That will make sure that the button is enabled. Wait, that's not how I wanted to do that. I want to say login button dot interactable equals login is valid. That's what I tried to do. That will make sure the button is disabled until there's data in both fields. And then if a user clicks on login, that means there's data in both those fields, so I need to do a login response. Wait, what is it called? What does it return? It returns the player object. So player equals game server dot player instance dot player client dot login username dot text password dot text. All right. Then I need to do some kind of logic here. If player not returned, then login failed. So if player equals null, for now I can just do a debug. Eventually I'll probably want some kind of screen that pops up. Alright, something like that's fine. And then once we have our player object, actually we can do this in an else statement. Oops, did not mean to delete that. Alright, so if we have a player that was found, man. Oh. Alright, so once we have the player object back, what do we need to do? We need to get the list of games, but we haven't generated that for sure in the service yet. What was that one called? Player games response. That's not right. Okay. So that will allow us to make that call to the server, and it will return that player games response object, which inside just has a list of games. So here we can do if, not if, we need to set that up first. So player, let's just do a list of games equals, we're gonna have to figure out how to translate this correctly, because it's not going to come out this way. So we're going to say game server dot instance dot game client dot get player games player dot username. Alright, so that's going to return that other thing. So then if we say dot games, how do we change the repeated? I know I've done this a few times. I'm going to change this repeated into a list of games. Dot. Oh, I don't remember. Let me see if I can find where I did that before. I don't remember what I did there. Just ask ChatGPT. How do I convert a repeated Okay, let's see. Dot to list. Well, that's easy. Why didn't I know that? Okay. So that gives us the list of games. Possible no reference if the player's no. I told it right here, not equal to no. I don't think that can be no. If player is not equal to no. Wait. It was right. I had that wrong. If player's equal to no, otherwise it's not no. Okay. It was smarter than me. I didn't realize I made that mistake. Okay. We have our list of games for a player. Or possibly no games, because not all players are going to have a game yet. So I guess the first thing I need to do is say if games is empty, dot count is greater than 0. Yeah, that sounds good. That means we have a game. And the other option means we don't. So I guess we need to create 2 new buttons now. And we also need a reference to the login panel. Wow, it's like listening to me. That's kind of scary. So this one will say new game button. And then we need another button to continue a game. Alright, so we have a new game button, a continue button. In the login panel. Because I want to be able to turn the login panel off after that step. If it logs in successfully, so right here, I want to run login panel dot set active false. That'll turn that off. And then we're going to set true to these buttons based on if there's a game or not. So in this case there is a game, so we're going to say continue game button dot set active true, and also the new game button, it's not interactable, set active true. And in this bottom case, there's no games yet, so we're just going to turn on the new game button. And because I'm doing it this way, in the start, which we don't have yet, start function should turn those 2 off. So the login panel should be true. And it should be already, but I'm just going to set it. But then the new game button and the continue game button are both going to be defaulted to off. Okay. I don't know if this is going to throw an error when the login panel goes away. I don't think it will. If it does, I'll have to make a couple small adjustments to this. But it's fine the way it is for now. So let's create those buttons. So let's just grab this one and duplicate it. And this will be called new game button. And we'll make the text new game. And this will actually move outside of the login panel. And we can move it can be a little bit bigger. You can go right there. And don't forget, this is going to go away when this button appears. So that's what it'll look like. It's just kind of hiding back there. And then let's duplicate this one. Call this continue game button. Change the text for it. All right. We need to move that down. All right. It's not pretty, but it's prettier than it was. So we've improved, you know? I mean, eventually everything here will be graphics. These buttons will be better looking graphics or something. And we'll have a font that matches the style we're going for. Not this generic font. Okay, so let's add a couple calls so I can set these up. We're just going to create stubs for now. So new game click and continue game click. Okay. Alright, so now we should be able to set those functions to these buttons when they're clicked. And we need to make sure we save because we don't want to lose all these changes. I don't know the last time I saved. Let's turn this back on. It doesn't really matter. And then let's save everything. Don't want to lose all these changes. Alright, now back to the controller. We need to start dropping all of these references in. Login button. Panel. New game button. Continue game button. Okay. Save it again. Let's just add some debugs to these for now because I want to go ahead and test what we have so far. I feel like we've coded quite a bit and we haven't tested any of this yet. The new game will be fairly easy to do, but the continue game is going to be a whole other screen as well, so that might be a different day as well. As far as what we're working on here, we're trying to get the happy path to get a player in to be able to create a party. We haven't got that far yet. A happy path of not loading a game, just creating a new game, and it properly assigning them based on their username that logged them in. I mean, properly creating the heroes and stuff in the database using that new username rather than the hard-coded stuff I have. Is that enough to test? We're not writing anything to the database yet. This is just getting us to flow through the login screen and get to that next step where we should be able to create a new game. So let's see. Let's test that much. Did I restart the server? I did. Alright. Let's see what happens. Let's push play. Okay. No errors so far. That's already kind of a mistake. See how it's over there? I want it to be right in the middle. So that's just the, I'm going to turn that off. That's a quick fix. This column needs to be centered both ways. And the password's going to have the same issue. The placeholders should already be set up that way. Alright. Save and push play. Alright, so now I only have one user in my player database. Their username is jbandy98 and their password is password. So I guess first I can try something that's not right, just to make sure. Oh, I can't tab either, so I'll have to figure out how to do that. And apparently that breaks the whole system. Nope, it went right on. I don't know where the heck it just went. That is not what I intended to happen. I must not have changed where the login button was going, I bet. I bet it was still going to that other function. It is. On start game click. I need that to change to login. I was wondering what was going on there. What is going to happen? I better save this whole project in case it locks it all the way out. I don't think it will, but I think it's just going to error out. It won't like break. I don't think it'll break it. And I don't have anything on the screen that's going to appear, but in my debug console it should just say it failed. I think. I don't really know. So it did say error logging in player, incorrect username or password. But it didn't pass anything back. And because of that, the Unity client is freaking locked up. Isn't that stupid? Alright, so what does this do if it doesn't have a username? It needs to still return no matter what. We don't want it to crash the game just because they entered a bad username or password. Alright, let's see. So, over here, yeah. So here we just need to say player equals null, I guess. Response observer dot on next player. You know what? I don't need to do that again. I'll just move it outside of the if statement. Okay, I'll move that here. Oh, but that was created in the if statement. We can change that too. So player equals null. Get rid of this one. It just stays null. And this should assign it that way. Alright, that's slightly cleaner. And this should make it not crash Unity, which I am going to just close out of. I might have to hard close out of it in Task Manager. There's ways around this, but it's kind of hard. It's easier just to get out of it this way. Now, if I hadn't have saved and I forgot to save, that would have been an issue. But I did remember to save right before I clicked play. Mainly because I knew that might have been an issue. Alright. So let's restart the server and test that same thing again. And this time it should allow it to quickly return null. Okay. Server's restarted. And then over here, let's see. After you click login, yeah, I do have this. So if player gets returned as null, then it shows this. So really what I'll have to do is in this section, I'll have to pop something up in the actual game screen. Right now it's just going to go to the debug log, which is fine. But let's see if that happens. That's what we want to happen. We want a debug log that says username or password not found, login failed. And it shouldn't take more than a second, probably not even a second, to return. If it does, then we know it's locked up again. Oops, I want to use a bad one first. Still don't know how to do that. Pass the tab password thing. Well, interesting. It did not What did the server do? So this said incorrect username or password. So it was blank. So a null player was sent back. Well, I don't know. I don't know what this did. It shouldn't have found anything. But did that make it not null just because I did all that? Because the Unity side didn't think it was null. I'm not entirely sure here. Try that. It doesn't like that. Replace with string is null or empty. Okay. No, that's not what I was trying to do. String is null or empty. Player dot username. Alright, try that. Let's see if that works, because it tried to run the lookup, the game lookup, so it got past the null check, which means that Unity doesn't think it's null when it got that far. Maybe it wasn't null. Alright, I'm not changing anything in the server code, so we're leaving that alone. We're going to try the Unity code one more time with that update. I think this will get us past that part. Okay. Oops. Okay. Add user. Whatever we want for a password. There we go. See how immediate that was? That's good. Now the other thing I just noticed though, that's not working I don't think, is the login button is ready to be clicked. Or at least it looks like it. Maybe I don't have the disabled set to a different color. That could be the issue. Let's try to click it before I enter anything in. Yeah, it's letting me click it. That's not what I want. So let's check that out. I thought that was the update. Login button interactable equals login is valid. It should be returning false. Let's double check. Login is not valid. Login is valid. This seems so basic. I don't know why this part's not working. Maybe it is working and my interactable thing is not working like I think it does. Okay. Login is valid. Okay, so that's not working. Why does it think it's valid? If username.text is not equal to an empty string, I guess I can do that other thing again here. Dot is null. No, that's not how to do it. String dot is null or empty. Username dot text string dot is null or empty. Password dot text. Get rid of this other stuff. One, two. Just one. I got one too many parentheses there. All right, so the way this reads now, though, I need to change this. So it needs to say or. Oops. Oh my goodness, what just happened? I pushed one wrong key and everything moves. Okay, if username is null or empty, or password is null or empty. So now I have it reversed. This should be false. And this should be true. So we need to reverse these. And maybe that was the issue with it before, I'm not positive, but now it's easier to read. If username is null or empty, or password is null or empty, login is not valid. Return false. Otherwise, login is valid. Okie dokie. Let's try again. Let's see. Can I tell how many people are watching? Nobody's watching. It's very sad. How do I get more viewers? That's kind of where I'm at. I need more interaction. I need more people watching. I know it's not the most exciting thing to watch, but I've seen other game devs that are way more boring than me. And they get dozens. I'll figure it out eventually. All right, here we go. It's going to work this time. I can feel it. All right, login is valid. That is not correct. It is not going to work this time. Does it need to say and? All right, what am I I'm reading something wrong here. If that one's empty or that one's empty. Login is not valid. Why isn't this working? Okay, so the first part of that, string is null or empty. That's true. As soon as that's true, that first one should get picked. It doesn't even need to check the or because it's... What am I missing? If string is null or empty, is the username.text not empty? That's what I'm not checking. Let's debug that one in there. Username is and password is I don't understand why this isn't working. It is blank. It is definitely blank. There's no extra space in there. There's nothing there. There's the single space that I'm adding, and then nothing. How can the login be valid? Hold on, I gotta let the dog out. What am I missing here? Why isn't this working? String is null or empty. Maybe I'm doing this backwards. Well, no, it's saying login is valid, so it's hitting this section. True. Yeah, that's correct. That part's correct anyways. I have something wrong with the logic here. What am I missing? Why isn't this working? It says do length rather than text. I think I can do that anyways. Just a second check to make sure there's nothing going on here. I'm going to test this. Length is 1. Why? I don't know. Why is there any length at all in there? Did I do that in the editor maybe? Let's look in the editor. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe in the input fields there's a space or something. Doesn't look like it though. Maybe that's just how they work in Unity. Maybe my way of checking for validation here is not right. It's a little deceiving though. Well, let's just do this. Let's make it where the username has to be at least 6 characters. And the password has to be at least 8 characters, and then we can check that way. That sounds better anyways. It's a little bit stricter validation. And that will remove this stupid issue where for some reason I have something in there even though there shouldn't be. Alright, I have a much better feeling now that this will do what I expect it to. If the username text length is not greater than 5 characters, or the password length is not greater than 7, return false. Okay. I feel better. So initially, the login button should be disabled. And then we have to enter a username that's at least 5 or 6 characters, and a password that's at least 8 characters. And then this will work. In theory. Still looks like it's on, doesn't it? Why did I delete those debugs? It's still not working. Why? Oh, I bet I need an and now. No, I got it reversed again. This needs to be true. This needs to be false now. So if the username is greater than 5 characters and the password is greater than 7 characters, return true. My goodness, come on. It's not rocket science. This should not be so hard for my brain to figure out. I wish there wasn't a 20-second compilation after every little change like this, though. That's annoying. Go. There, it's grayed out. Finally. All right. Add user. And then password just needs to be 8 characters. And as soon as I hit that 8th character, there it goes. It turns on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That looks like 7 characters. So I guess there's like an invisible character is what's happening here. So I need to increase my validation 1 more character than I want it to be. But that still fails. Now let's test the happy path. Use the one user I know is in there and see if we can get past it. We cannot. Because that one stupid character, I don't even know what it is. Something's getting past. That's gotta be what it is, right? Because I have that typed in, right? Oh, what is going on? Well, let's see what the server sees. That's what we need to be doing at this point anyways. Login player with username. Look, there's a space at the end. Huh. Why is there a space? I don't get it. I do not get it, because there is not a space here. If I do the trim, will that fix it enough? Have to do it on both of these down here. I think that only works if that's white space. If it's some other weird character that's... I don't know what's going on. This is so annoying that it's doing this, because I can tell that it's not something I'm doing. It doesn't look like it anyways. Alright, let's try that again. Still says not found. That must be... Yeah, see, I trimmed it and there's still something at the end. It's not a space. What the heck? I don't know what's going on. Maybe, alright, I'm kind of looking at some ideas of things that might be causing this. And this is saying I should be using an input field object in my class. Right now I'm just referencing this field underneath the input field, because I thought that's where it saved it. What is caret? This must have got created when I started. Alright, let's try that. I guess I haven't used input fields a ton, but man, that's messed up if that's the issue. Alright, so up here, instead of pulling in these fields, we're going to name these, it's fine, we'll find where they're referenced this way. And these are not these are TMP underscore input field. Alright, we're going to try this, and we need to change the references to match, if that's what we're doing. So then over here, once this is done compiling, username input. Why isn't it compiling? What's going on? For the love of God. It is not in play mode. It is not in play mode. Compile. Wow, I'm good. Let's... all compiler errors? Oh, there are errors. Oh yeah, because I changed that. Alright, and it says to still reference them this way. Okay. Again. Those should both null out. They did. Username input. Password input. Save. Try again. Login is disabled again, so that part at least seems to be working. It did make me enter 8 instead of 7 characters this time. That makes me feel better for the password, and I didn't change the logic at all. That should still fail. Okay. Alright, that actually did work, but we ran into a new issue. So the login finally worked. So I guess we were just referencing the input fields incorrectly. I always thought you could reference the underlying data entry part, and I guess that is not accurate. I don't know why, but now I know. You have to reference the input field object and reference the dot text off of that. Good to know. If you guys ever run into something similar. Alright, it's getting close to when I need to quit for the day. What can I do here? What is the error? Maybe I can fix this error real quick. It'd be nice if we can at least get the game part to work as well, and I think that's what just broke. Executing. Did it return? What happened on the Unity side? Oh, an exception. Let's say, I don't think it even got this far though, did it? I don't think it got this far. Let's test it again. It should be fine to test again. The server's still running, right? Oh, I gotta restart the Unity because I made some changes to the code. That's fine. I think this is still gonna error out. I'm not entirely sure why it's erroring out, but so I'm passing in that. Nothing happens here, but it's breaking on the actual call. It's not making it past the call. Over here, I'm getting past this, so this line's running. Which part is not running? Player service line 45? Is it because these are null? I bet that's what the issue is. It's so picky if there's anything null in the table. See how there's one null record? I don't even know what to put there. I shouldn't have to put something there. I must have something set wrong because some of these should be nullable just fine. Alright. How much you want to bet this works now? Here we go. And we even have the continue game button, and that's because when it goes into the game table, it finds my username. So there is a game already created with this username. So if I clicked continue, what I want to happen, well, first of all, it should show a list of all the games available. It shouldn't just automatically pick one. But if I pick this one, then it should use this data to load in. So it should know that it's in combat, and it should load everything here. Like the combat ID should load in, so it knows what to load based on this table in the database. Otherwise, when you click new game, what we want to happen is it needs to transition to that scene we were just working on. But from there, before it gets there, I mean, it needs to create the player prefs for the username. The username is what will be needed, and technically a game ID. I guess it needs to do some kind of, when you click new game, I guess we need one more RPC call that determines what game ID is available. So for a player without any games, it's always going to be 1. But I guess it needs to just increment, maybe, or something like that. It needs to make sure it doesn't use a game ID for that player that's already been used. That's already like in the save game section. So I'm gonna make some notes just so I remember where we're at the next time I do this, and that way when I get back on for the next session, it won't take me nearly as long to get started. This one took a little longer at the beginning because it's been a while since I've worked. So the bugs are gone. We fixed all of that. That's all old stuff. So now we're gonna change. We're gonna need to add player prefs. After login for username, and then if new game selected, create a new RPC call to return a valid game ID. All right, we are really close to getting this in a testable state where more than one player can use this. So once we get that, then we also are going to have to do on the continue game section, we're going to have to create a small UI that will show the list of games available and allow a player to click on one of those and click. Maybe when they click on it, it shows more details like where they're currently saved at, stuff like that. It'll show some basic data like how long the game's been played, maybe the levels or something like that, just so they know what the game is. It'll be easier for them to decipher. And maybe eventually I'll make it where they can have a save, like a name for that game, and it would help them keep track that way as well, because right now I don't really have that. It's just using the game ID. It's not allowing them to create a name for the game in this database. Well, I do have a game name. I lied. Yeah, so if it shows the game name, that'll help too. Haven't figured out where that will be entered in at. Maybe on the new game screen where we're at right now, where we're creating the heroes, maybe they also need to create a thing there. And then I also have the kingdom name. So both of these probably need to get added to that screen when the new game is getting set up. That way we can use that in the save game screen, or in the continue game screen, I mean. And then we'll already have that data when the game comes in too, so the naming's there. Okay. I think this has been a productive day, even though we didn't quite get through all of this. We did get through quite a bit. And I think the next session for sure, we're going to have those last couple of steps in to where I feel safe getting this set up to kind of have like a test server running and some tests. We'll do some different test days and stuff in the future, so that will be very useful to start getting input from people. So I'm going to have to start finding some recruits to help me test this here and there when I set up some test servers. Okay, that's it for me today, guys. I appreciate everyone that watched. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time.